Good evening, Embers. Every night we must return to our slumber in order to rest and arise a stronger and better person than we were the day prior. Lay back, get warm, and relax. Welcome to Back to Ashes, a playlist that will allow you to drift off into the sweet embrace of slumber. Tonight's topic is true crimes mixed with unsolved murders, set to the sweet ambience of rain. I will read, and in the last couple of hours of this video will just be rain sounds for you to drift off to Neverland. Let's get started, shall we? August 2014 in Madison, Wisconsin. 42-year-old Andy Still, former sheriff's deputy who had to retire early due to receiving a terminal diagnosis of ALS months later, shot and killed both his wife, Ashley Still, and her sister, Casey Tollefsball, before attempting to kill himself as well. Ashley and Casey Putnam were two sisters who were born in Laguna Hills, California in 1975 and 1976. Within the next 10 years, their family would move to Saginaw, Missouri, where Ashley would meet and begin dating Andrew Andy Still while in middle school. By the time she was partially done with high school, her family would move again, this time to Minnesota. Andy and Ashley stayed together and eventually both attended the University of Wisconsin in Madison. They would have two children, a boy and a girl, who were ages 13 and 10 when their mother and aunt were murdered. Casey stayed in Minnesota where she got married and later divorced, obtained a bachelor's degree, and had 4 children. At the time of her death, she had recently gotten remarried and has a returning college student working towards her nursing degree. In early 2014, Andy Still had begun to notice some symptoms first starting as unexplained twitching in his arms and later becoming issues articulating his speech. The twitching and speech problems got worse, eventually leading to issues chewing his food as well. In May, Andy retired early from his job as a sheriff's deputy at the age of 39. On June 4, 2014, just 2 months prior to the murders, Andy had officially received a diagnosis with ALS, also called Lou Gehrig's disease. Since then, Ashley had jumped into gear, organizing a fundraiser for the family she coined Tough as Steel Taking Down ALS. By August, she had raised over $20,000. Ashley was active in updating the fundraiser website with extensive personal writings of the family dynamics having taken place since her husband's diagnosis. In these writings, Ashley called her husband the love of her life. The funds they raised appeared to help immensely with the stress the family had experienced with loss of funds from Andy's income, plus the new added medical expenses they were experiencing. In the week before the murders, Ashley and Andy had returned to Saginaw, Michigan to host an Ice Bucket Challenge fundraiser for ALS. This last weekend, before the murders, was also spent by the family crossing off items from Andy's bucket list in his hometown. Ashley shared heartfelt details in the sentimental trip on their fundraiser website that week. The night of the murder, Friday, August 22, 2014. 911 was first called by Casey, who told the dispatcher she had been shot by her brother-in-law, later found to be Andy Still, at his and her sister's home. Perhaps coincidentally earlier that same day, Ashley and Casey's paternal grandmother died. When the first responder arrived, there was smoke surrounding the house, and Casey was found shot 1 time in her back. She was able to name her attacker as her brother-in-law before she died an hour later at the hospital from her injuries. Her body and the crime scene also showed a struggle or fight, and her body had been badly beaten before she was shot. Because of the unknown nature of the crimes, the SWAT team was called to assist in entry of the home. Once the SWAT team arrived, they stormed the house and found Andrew Still confined in the laundry room, which was extremely hot with a charcoal grill burning and the running dryer exhaust rerouted back into the room. When approached by officers, Still suddenly began to physically resist and had to be subdued by multiple officers, many who knew him as a former co-worker at the Dane County Jail. Upon searching the home, Andrew Still's wife Ashley was found dead lying in her bed, with her dress pulled above her hips in what looked like a post-mortem staged scene. She had one gunshot wound to the head and another to the stomach. A zip tie was tied around her neck so tightly that the coroner reported her carotid artery was blocked and she would have died soon anyway if she hadn't been shot. During the investigation that followed, Still gave many conflicting reports to the police on what happened that afternoon between the three. In a weird twist, a three-way suicide pact was found written in Andrew's phone, claiming they had all engaged in many sexual threesomes in the past. This note had been written one day prior, on August 21st, with the last time it was edited being on the morning of August 22nd at 6 a.m. Another explanation that Andy gave was that he and his wife were having intense sex involving bondage at the time, and she suffocated when he couldn't remove the zip tie from her neck. Later, it was revealed that there were no signs that anyone had tried to remove the zip tie. They even had a sex expert come to trial who testified that they did not believe the couple had anything more than a normal, bland, married sex life. They also found signs that Andrew had planned ahead to make sure that it would be just the three of them in the home that morning. It appeared that Casey had been sitting in the living room with a fresh cup of coffee, studying for her nursing classes when she was attacked by Andrew. Police discovered that Andy made a clear request to Casey that she come to their home that morning alone, without her husband or any of their children. During the trial, Andrew's lawyers had him plead guilty, but not guilty by reason of mental defect, claiming it was his terminal illness that caused his brain to degenerate and led him to do this. He did not testify personally, but his lawyers claimed he had no memory of what occurred or why he killed them. The district attorney had doctors testify that ALS does not lead to or cause mental illness, and ruling this would vilify others with ALS, but the jury still came back with a not guilty verdict only after 10 hours of deliberation. Andrew was committed by the judge to mental health institutions for the rest of his life. However, after some time there were no facilities in the area that were even willing to take him. 2.5 years after murdering his wife and sister-in-law, and despite the fact that the judge presiding over the case declared that the insanity ruling Still received was wrong, he was released to the care of his parents before he died on March 7, 2017. After the murders, the couple's 2 children were taken in by Ashley and Casey's brother and his wife and their 2 kids. The 2 women left behind 6 children overall. In 2008, on an episode of Wife Swap, like always, 2 wives switched families for 2 weeks. Season 4, Episode 15, it was the Stockdales and the Tonkovics. The Tonkovics were a laid-back, relaxed family. The teenagers of the family were allowed to do pretty much anything they wanted. Their boyfriends even lived in the family home. Lori Tonkovic, the matriarch of the family, said she just wanted the kids to live life. The Stockdales, on the other hand, were the complete opposite. Very strict rules, the kids of the family had to do chores to earn tokens in exchange for watching pre-approved family TV shows, amongst other things, like a single stick of gum. They were not allowed to do simple things like play sports, video games, date, or listen to rap music. In their family, the number 1 rule was to always obey the parents. Catherine Stockdale even homeschooled the boys to ensure that they had good morals. Lori Tonkovic and Catherine Stockdale swapped with each other's families. Catherine gave the Tonkovic daughters crying baby dolls, the kind you receive in health class, to show them how hard parenting is. Lori wanted to give the Stockdale boys, Calvin, who was 19, Charles, 16, Jacob, 15, and James, 11, freedom they never had, ignoring the outrageously long list of rules Catherine had left her. She encouraged them to go on dates, but the boys feared going against the family rules. She allowed them to play video games for a while, but Jacob ran out crying, fearing he would go to hell if he continued. That's what his parents told him would happen. Sometime after the show, the two oldest Stockdale brothers, Calvin and Charles, went off to pursue their careers, leaving the other two brothers behind at home. On June 15, 2017, 9 years after the episode aired, there was a call made to 911 from the Stockdale residence in Ohio. The caller had hung up immediately, so police traced the location and sent squad cars. When they arrived, they made a gruesome discovery. The bodies of Catherine Stockdale and James Stockdale were found on the floor with single gunshot wounds. Right after, they heard a loud gunshot ring throughout the home. It was Jacob Stockdale. He was alive and was rushed to the hospital with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. He took a year to recover. After years of mental treatment and trying to escape twice, in 2021, Jacob Stockdale was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the murders of his mother and younger brother, 15 years for each. His family says they forgive and love him. He has never talked about why he did what he did, but because of what the public knows about how he was raised, people believe it's safe to assume he snapped from years of seclusion and pressure. Lori Tonkovic, the woman who stepped in for 2 weeks to be his temporary mother in 2008, stated she also believed strongly that this was the case. What do you guys think? And why do you think he killed his brother too? Do you think this was premeditated? Vladislav Blantinovich Koskevich was born on December 17, 1998, in Minsk, Belarus. He was born into a moderately wealthy family. His mother and sister lived abroad in Germany, while his father lived in Minsk with Vladislav, living in a separate apartment with seemingly nobody actually raising him, although his mother denies this being true. Up until the 6th grade, Vladislav studied at Minsk Gymnasium number 23, where he was described as a shy and secretive child with no friends. Vladislav had moved to a new school as he had a conflict with another teacher whom he alleged attempted to poison him, which led to the school director having to call Vladislav's parents several times. At his new school, his teachers and students gave a completely different description, describing him as a kind, hardworking, and sympathetic teenager. He had many friends, and according to his school reports from 2013, all of his grades were satisfactory. Vladislav, however, was not how he appeared externally, and this would become clear in 2014 when he would attempt suicide several times. In October, he tried to poison himself in his garage with carbon monoxide, but this attempt was thwarted after his mother discovered him. When he attempted this, he had been missing, and the police were alerted to his disappearance due to a strange text message sent to his teacher indicating that he was going to take his own life. They were also concerned as this wasn't the first attempt on his own life since he attempted to hang himself twice before and tried jumping from the 24th floor of a multi-story building. Later in his life, Vladislav would say that he didn't remember these incidents, describing his past self as an idiot. The police, in response to his reported suicide attempts, involuntarily committed Vladislav to the Republican Clinical Psychiatric Hospital in Novinky to be examined by specialists. While in Novinky, he would be diagnosed with a schizotypal disorder, and there were no external factors that would lead to Vladislav wanting to take his own life. Vladislav told the specialists that he used to help others willingly only for something to change, and that change was the result of his mother. His mother was religious and tried to have Vladislav attend church with him, and that was apparently all it took for Vladislav, as according to him, he strongly disliked when people went to church and enjoyed it whenever a church burnt down. Vladislav's brief institutionalization fortunately appeared to work, as all suicidal thoughts left his mind, and he even reconciled with his mother. Vladislav was discharged in 2015 and was placed in a psychiatric dispensary and transferred to another school. Vladislav did not like his new school and viewed his attendance as unnecessary. He only got average grades and was described as an introvert who preferred to stay silent and never took any initiative, although he did accept help and participated in school events. In 2016, he entered the MITSO International University with a degree in international law, but he appeared to view his attendance as optional and amassed 78 hours worth of absences from the school and would refuse to go to the dean's office to speak with him whenever he or his mother tried calling for him. He would later say that it was because of his acne and that he was ashamed of his appearance. His absences later resulted in his expulsion. Vladislav was, however, far more disturbed than anyone had ever imagined and began making plans for an attack. After he was expelled on October 3rd, he had the desire to kill as many of his classmates as possible, although he later admitted that his expulsion was more of an excuse and that he always had such an idea. On October 4th, he went to a store and purchased all the materials he'd need, that being a chainsaw, knife, axe, gloves, petrol, a mask, lube, not sure what that one was for, and some headphones. And on October 6th, he went to the Tinatsky Reservoir to test his weapon by cutting down some trees before returning home. This wasn't the first time Vladislav had such ideas either. He was an avid watcher of gore videos, including ISIS beheadings and chainsaw murders, and in the summer wanted to target and kill Muslims and Chinese, but according to him, when interviewed later on race and religion, had nothing to do with that plan. And rather, according to him, it would have just been for fun, and that a target needed to be picked. On October 6th, he attempted to carry out his attack on his former university, but had to cancel his plans as he couldn't get his chainsaw to work, and instead sought after other targets. On October 7th, he called a taxi and went on a brief tour around the city to find new targets, mainly those that would be frequented by large numbers of the public, and settled on a shopping center called Nova Europea, or New Europe. He returned to the store to purchase pepper spray to incapacitate any security guards, and on October 8, 2016, he entered Nova Europea with a guitar case containing all of his weapons while wearing a balaclava, earmuffs, protective goggles, and gloves, all of this to prevent dust or blood from getting into his eyes. Upon entering, Vladislav noticed that there were no security guards in his general area, so he decided to start attacking whoever was in his immediate vicinity. He walked to a nearby sofa and placed the guitar case on the ground and opened it. When the two women sitting at the sofa saw the contents of his case, they quickly left, but it was too late for one of them, as Vladislav retrieved his chainsaw and turned it on and cut a woman's back, with it inflicting severe injuries, causing her to fall over. Vladislav then discarded the chainsaw and got an axe, striking her twice, resulting in her death. She was a 43-year-old woman named Elena Alexandrovna and an employee at the mall. Before discarding the chainsaw, he mildly injured 21-year-old Anna Rozentova, and she escaped, which is when he redirected his focus on Elena. He then set his sights on 46-year-old Oksana Vitver entering the pizzeria she was in and struck the woman with the axe 3 times, leaving her in critical condition due to severe injuries to her chest and forearm. Fortunately, Oksana survived. Vladislav walked down the mall looking for targets and would break storefront windows with his axe. Many of the employees and patrons tried their best to fight back against the teenager, throwing urns and chairs at him, and at some point, he would be pursued by up to 5 to 15 people at a time. Vladislav came across a cleaner named Irina Bashko and attempted to strike her in the head with the axe, but Irina was very athletic and managed to escape with only minor wounds to her arm. The last victim was a shop owner named Leonid Usich, who suffered minor injuries when he attempted to fight back against Vladislav with a stick. The police arrived only 5 minutes after being called, and with the help of bystanders, mall security guards strangely appeared to have not been involved, bringing an end to Vladislav's attack, which left 4 people injured, 1 severe, and 1 dead. At the end of his arrest, he was listening to music on his headphones. A talk screen revealed that Vladislav was not on any substances but had drunk heavily 3 hours prior, with Vladislav claiming that he drank 150 grams of alcohol, being careful as to not get too drunk so it wouldn't affect his ability to swing his weapons at his targets. Vladislav told the police that he was disgusted with himself and humanity, which is why he carried out his crime, and was upset that the police didn't kill him during the arrest. Vladislav was charged with 1 count of murder, 4 counts of attempted murder, and 1 count of grievous bodily harm. On October 20th, he was sent to a psychiatric institute for an evaluation, and on December 23rd, he was ruled fit to stand trial. Vladislav's trial was held at the Minsk City Court on February 20th, 2017. Vladislav's guilt was beyond questioning, as he made no attempts to deny involvement, and numerous witnesses saw him as the attacker. The trial instead was to determine whether or not Vladislav was sane. The prosecution showed that the crime was premeditated, and Vladislav would end up being the prosecutor's most compelling witness, as he himself denied being insane, and didn't even feign remorse. The prosecutor asked if he feels love, to which he said no. He asked about what content he usually consumed on the internet, and he said extremist, terrorism, and others. I loved watching Islamic State executions and uncensored killing videos. He asked about his background and relationships with the victims, teachers, family, and fellow students, and he denied ever being mistreated by them, and that he simply wanted to kill, saying that he was bad for everyone. And his reason for not making friends was because, according to him, he didn't need any. The prosecutor asked Vladislav why he killed and attacked the women at the mall, and he simply answered by saying they were there at the time and that he didn't care who got caught. The prosecutor asked about where his idea to kill came from, and he explained the idea he had in the summer of 2016 to kill Muslim and Chinese people, and when the prosecutor asked about his grievance with these groups, he said that he had no issues with them, just that he wanted to kill for fun and needed to pick a target. Vladislav explained in detail how he planned the crime in advance and how he purchased all the items he used during the attack. Vladislav explained that the only thing in his plan that went wrong was that he couldn't find a hostage to use in order to force the police to kill him. His last words before the court adjourned were, "I fully admit my guilt." Vladislav was facing other legal troubles as the survivors, the mall, and relatives of Elena filed lawsuits against Vladislav. And when he heard how much they were seeking in damages, simply suggested that they have him pay for the funeral and nothing else because, in his words, "I don't care about moral compensation." Vladislav was also asked by one of his survivors if he could continue to kill if he ever got freed. All he said was yes. The trial continued on February 21st. Vladislav was asked about his activities before the attack and if he talked to anyone during the attack. He stated that his sister's boyfriend called his cell phone while he was in the mall, but he ignored the call. When asked what he'd do if his parents were in the mall, he simply said that they wouldn't recognize him due to how he hid his face and that he'd walked past them without a second thought. The prosecutor read out how investigators asked what he considered to be the proper punishment to impose on him would be, and he answered with the death penalty. Belarus is the only European country to still enforce capital punishment. When the investigators asked if he knew how the death penalty was enforced and worked in Belarus, he stated that he did indicated that he likely didn't agree with the sentence he probably received. As he was 17 at the time of his crime, he wasn't eligible for the death penalty. He told the court that he was disappointed at how he wouldn't be sentenced to death, hence why he chose to try and take a hostage during his attack on the mall, which the prosecutor also used to indicate that he was in his senses. The prosecutor continued to point out how Vladislav planned on killing as many people as possible, as it was brought up how his chainsaw stalled after attacking his second victim in the mall, and how Vladislav expressed disappointment of this fact to the police, saying, "I don't think the chainsaw would stall on the first one. I thought that I would kill more people." He imagined that the operation would be massive and that police would break in through the ceiling and shoot him dead, with Vladislav stating that it was better to die than go to jail, and added with, "I ideally dreamed that the relatives would not find out about what happened." Even the small bit of remorse or empathy Vladislav did exhibit was also used by the prosecution as evidence of his sanity, with Vladislav admitting that he was a little bit shaken after his first murder and that he waited until 5:27 to go to the mall because before then there would have been many children present, with Vladislav saying, "I didn't want the kids to get hurt. I feel sorry for the children." During interrogation, part of Vladislav's psychiatric examinations included finishing sentences, and when one of them was, "I would be happy if," Vladislav finished with, "if I weren't here." Another question asked was, "My father could." He replied, "Well, like deserve a better son." Vladislav's defense attorney and parents, in spite of all this, continued to push through with an insanity defense, citing his documented mental illness. Vladislav was on medications prior to this, being mainly Roaccutane. When his attorney asked about side effects, he only described physical effects and denied any mental side effects, actively hindering his defense attorney's work. The prosecutor for a second time brought up Vladislav's internet history and how he watched videos on mass shootings, and when asked why, he calmly explained that he wanted to see how people behaved and if he'd be stopped due to carrying a large bag or anything similar. Vladislav was asked about why he didn't purchase any firearms for his attack, and he answered that it was too difficult. During police questioning, it was pointed out that Vladislav really only thought of killing people whenever he was miserable or angry, and said that everything about his home made him feel that way constantly, and how if he lived in Australia, he'd likely live a more peaceful life. This was in his own words. The defense called a psychiatrist named Eugene Lacey and asked him about Vladislav's psychoid personality disorder. This witness ended up not being as helpful as he had hoped, since he explained that while it could affect people's perception of reality, it wasn't a given, and Vladislav could likely be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Roaccutane was brought up, but Eugene said that it wasn't medication for mental disorders, so he couldn't comment on it. Vladislav's acne was brought up, and Eugene said that people's appearances, if they were embarrassed or ashamed, could aggravate symptoms. Court recommenced on February 22nd, and the prosecution continued their case with Vladislav being a cold, remorseless murderer, asking when his urges to kill began. And he said the spring of 2016. And when he asked about the urges now in that very moment, Vladislav said that they were not gone. He also reiterated that he felt no empathy for the deceased and that their relatives could do without compensation money. On February 23rd, the defense called another psychologist who stated that his mental health had not deteriorated from the last time she had met with him in February 2016. Another psychologist named Elena Malashevy, who examined him in 2015, was also called to testify. She was the very first one to conduct an evaluation on Vladislav after an ambulance brought him to a hospital in October 2014 after his suicide attempt. She was the one who diagnosed him with schizotypal disorder, and where she learned about his history, including how he used to hate churches and his mother for holding a religion. She testified that she did believe him to be insane. His attorney requested a re-examination as to his psychiatric state, but this request was denied. He also argued that Vladislav refusing help or treatment likely caused him to carry out his attack on the shopping mall. Vladislav's parents were also witnesses, and they testified that he was not the person he behaved as in court, stating that their son was unwell and begging the court to have him committed to a psychiatric hospital for treatment. During his father's testimony in his defense, Vladislav simply gave a condescending smile and ignored his father whenever he tried to address him, including when he told his son that he loved him. February 27th was the last day before a verdict was set to be returned, and Vladislav's last words in court were, "I would like to say that, unfortunately, I did not fulfill all my plans for mass murder, so I will be back to finish what I started." Vladislav's father responded to those words, saying that they were the words of a mentally deranged man and not his son, blaming mental health officials for Vladislav's crime, stating that they did not adequately treat him. Vladislav's parents even paid and donated money to the victims and their relatives for compensation, stating that their son wasn't responsible for it due to mental illness. On March 3rd, the judge relieved a verdict of guilty, deeming Vladislav to be sane, and handed down a sentence of 15 years to be served in a penal colony, the maximum sentence that can be given to a minor in Belarus. He was also ordered to pay 220,000 Belarusian rubles to the victims. Virtually everyone was displeased with the verdict, as the survivors and Elena's relatives viewed the sentence as a slap on the wrist. Vladislav's family and attorney believed he should have been committed to a mental institution, and Vladislav himself wanted the death sentence. Vladislav's father and his attorney appealed the case to the Supreme Court of Belarus in another attempt to get him institutionalized. On June 13, 2017, the verdict and sentence were upheld. One of Elena's relatives referred to Vladislav's as Belarus's Breivik. This is, however, not the end of Vladislav's story. While in prison in Shklov, he had been disciplined 17 separate times and had to be kept in an isolated cell. On October 12, 2017, he attacked 2 prison guards and the warden with a homemade knife after a metal detector went off and was asked to hand over the contraband on him. His action wounded all 3 a bit, with the warden only being lightly wounded. Vladislav stated that he had attempted to kill the head of the penal colony warden, Alexei Kuzan, for no reason other than that he wanted to. When they heard of Vladislav's parents, mainly his father, used this as evidence that they were wrong not to find Vladislav insane, stating that prison only aggravated his illness. Vladislav was charged with the attempted murder of 2 or more persons, and his trial began on March 7, 2018 at the Mogilev Regional Court. As a result of this, he was given a second psychiatric evaluation. The evaluation ruled that he was capable of understanding his actions despite his mental illness. On May 15, 2018, Vladislav was found guilty of the attempted murder of the prison guards and had 5 years added to his sentence, meaning that Vladislav must serve 22 years in prison. Vladislav was utterly indifferent towards this and said that he didn't care that his father disagreed with the verdict and sentence. Vladislav is still alive today at the age of 23 and is still serving his prison sentence. The corpse at the Elegante Hotel stymied the Beaumont, Texas police. They could find no motive for the killing of popular oil and gas man Greg Flanagan, and no explanation for how he had received his strange internal injuries. Bent on tracking down his killer, Flanagan's widow Susie turned to private investigator Ken Brennan. Once again, as Mark Bowden reports, it was Brennan sleuthing that cracked the case. Greg Flanagan traveled light and lived tidy. After so many years on the road, he would leave his rolling suitcase open on the floor of his hotel room and use it as a drawer. Dirty clothes went on the closet floor. Shirts he wanted to keep unwrinkled hung above. Toiletries were in the pockets of a cloth folding case that hooked onto a towel rack in the bathroom. At the end of the day, he would slide off his worn brown leather boots and line them up by his suitcase, drop his faded jeans to the floor, and put on lightweight cotton pajama bottoms. Most evenings, he never left the room. He would crank up the air conditioner, he liked a cool room at night, and sit on the bed, leaning back on 2 pillows, propped against the headboard. Considerately, to avoid soiling the bedspread, he would lay out a clean white hand towel, on which he placed his ashtray, cigarette pack, lighter, BlackBerry, the TV remote, and a candy bar. He smoked and broke off candy bits while watching TV. This is where Greg was on the evening of Wednesday, September 15, 2010, in room 348 of the MCM Elegante Hotel in Beaumont, Texas, lounging, smoking, snacking on a Reese's Crispy Crunchy bar, sipping root beer, and watching Iron Man 2. He missed the ending. Greg was accustomed to solitary nights. As a young man, he had worked as a chief engineer on ocean-going vessels, spending months at sea. In middle age, he had reinvented himself as a landman, a familiar occupation in South Texas, easing the exploitation of mineral rights on private property for gas and oil companies. Slender, with a close-cropped white beard and the weathered skin of a lifelong outdoorsman, he had partnered with his brother, Michael, in a thriving oil land leasing business base in the small city east of Houston. Every Monday morning, he would make the 2-hour drive in his pickup from Lafayette, Louisiana, heading west on Interstate 10 through scruffy Gulf Shore farmland broken only by cell phone towers, oil derricks, and billboards advertising motel chains, bayou restaurants, adult superstores, and other local attractions. It took him through the stink of the big ConocoPhillips refinery at Lake Charles, a forest of piping giant trees and towering chimneys. The hotel was just off the Cloverleaf outside Beaumont. His company rented him a room in the Cabana, a 3-story wing that wrapped around a small swimming pool framed by potted plants. That Wednesday night, watching his movie, Greg got an email from his wife, Susie, shortly after 7. Susie was using a computer program to file for a tax extension. After she reported her progress, he wrote back, "You're doing good, babe." At some point during the loud, computer-generated showdown at the end of the film, amid all the fake violence, Greg was struck from nowhere with a very real and shattering blow. A blow so violent it would blind a man with pain. He managed to get off the bed and move toward the door before he fell, legs splayed and face first. He was probably dead by the time his face hit the green rug. The following morning, Susan Flanagan called Greg's office. Husband and wife usually spoke every morning, but He hadn't called. He wasn't answering his phone. When he failed to turn up at the office, 2 of his coworkers drove over to the hotel and knocked on his door. There was no answer, so they got the hotel manager to open it. Their alarmed calls brought an ambulance and the Beaumont police. They found a middle-aged man dead on the rug, prone and doubled over, a spent cigarette cupped delicately between 2 stiff fingers of his left hand. Room 348 was stuffy and exceptionally warm. The man's skin color had gone grayish-blue. There was a wet spot at the crotch of his blue pajamas, but that wasn't unusual. Detective Scott Apple showed up a little more than an hour later. He is a short and very fit man with graying hair that he wears combed straight up in spikes. He is all cop. His wife had been a cop. He met her on the job. He was one of the assault team leaders on the department SWAT team. He is one of those men who never stop working. But there was little here to interest him. No sign of a break-in or struggle. Nothing disturbed in the room. No blood or obvious wounds. Flanagan's wallet was still in the back pocket of his jeans and had a stack of $100 bills in it, so robbery wasn't an issue. Those staying in nearby rooms had heard nothing. As Apple questioned the neighbors, he told them it was probably a natural causes thing. Sad. He poked around Flanagan's bags, looking mostly for pills, some clue to his collapse. There was none. Susie and Michael later told him that Greg never went to a doctor. He was a stubbornly independent man, suspicious of authority and unmoved by the modern passion for health and fitness. He did not exercise. He had chain-smoked his entire adult life and had the nagging cough to prove it. He neither drank nor ate to excess, but did both freely. It was easy to conclude that his choices had simply caught up with him. Susie was ready to believe it. She was shocked and grief-stricken, but she accepted that, for Greg, sudden death was a possibility. In fact, she took some solace in it. He had checked out on his own terms. Many times she had heard him remark upon hearing of someone's dying suddenly, "Lucky bastard, that's how I want to go." And so, he had. At the hotel, the police saw the death as routine. A photographer snapped pictures to make a record of the scene, and the body was driven by a transport service to the Jefferson County Medical Examiner for an autopsy. The only mystery here appeared to be medical, and it was likely a minor mystery at that. Dr. Tommy Brown had a time-tested method. It took him 45 minutes to conduct a post-mortem exam, inspecting a body inside and out, measuring and weighing organs, all the while describing what he found and noting the metrics that fleshed out the official form. He was all business, crisp, efficient, and confident. Brown was thin and bald on top, and had a spray of unruly white hair on the sides that gave off a mad scientist vibe. He did everything fast. He even talked fast. He was a local character, part of the legal landscape in Jefferson County, and a respected one. Where death was concerned, in this corner of Texas, Dr. Tommy Brown's words was law. The circumstances of Greg Flanagan's death, as reported, were unremarkable. On the table before him was a 55-year-old Caucasian male who appeared to be in decent shape. After methodical inspection, the only marks Brown found on the body were a 1-inch abrasion on his left cheek where his face had hit the rug, and, curiously, a 1/2-inch laceration of his scrotum. This was interesting. The sac itself was swollen and discolored, and around the wound, a small amount of edema fluid. The bruising had spread up through the groin area and across the right hip. Something had hit him hard. The story his body told grew more interesting. When Brown opened the front of the torso, he discovered a surprising amount of blood and extensive internal damage. A certain amount of partly digested food had been torn from his intestines. The doctor found small lacerations there, and on the stomach and liver, as well as 2 broken ribs and a hole in the right atrium of his heart. The conditions of his insides reflected severe trauma. Flanagan had been beaten to death, or crushed. Brown concluded that the wound to his genitals likely had been caused by a hard kick. He had also taken a blow to the chest so severe it had caused lethal damage. He would have bled out in less than 30 seconds. On the official form, next to manner of death, Brown wrote, homicide. When he got the surprising news, Detective Apple called Brown immediately for an explanation. The doctor told him that the man in 348 had suffered the kind of severe internal injuries he was more used to seeing in crash victims, or in someone found under a heavy fallen object. There are not that many murders in Beaumont. Greg's was 1 of 10 that year, which was about average. Most are not mysterious. Detective work was usually a matter of doing the obvious, interviewing the drunk boyfriend with gunpowder on his hands, or finding the neighborhood drug dealer who was owed money. A case like this was a once-in-a-career event. If you enjoy working a stubborn whodunit, which Apple does, then this one was an exciting challenge. But the problem with the hard case is that they are indeed hard. Over the next weeks and months, Apple chased down every angle he could imagine to explain the death of Greg Flanagan. But about 6 months into it, he was stuck. The physical evidence didn't add up. Unless Greg had been beaten to death elsewhere and his body had been returned to the room and carefully placed on the rug, nothing about the scene added up to a crime. How does a man get beaten so severely that ribs crack, inner organs tear, and the heart ruptures, all without a significant amount of damage to his torso? Other than the bruising and the cut at his crotch, Flanagan's outer body showed no signs of a beating. And how could such a rumble have taken place in the hotel room without a thing being toppled or even disturbed, without anyone in adjacent rooms hearing a thing? And there was no answer to the all-important question: why? Greg appeared to have had no enemies. Apple talked a lot to Susie. She had been in her 20s, a singer in a rock band, when she met Greg. She clearly adored him. Susan was a delightfully offbeat Southern belle, and pretty and warm and so differential, but also, in that time-honored Southern way, stubborn as a tick. She was heartbroken and furious at the time. Greg was the nicest man she had ever met. He was so nice, she had married him twice. First as kids, and then, after parting ways for a number of years, again in middle age. When Susan first called him again after that separation, he said, "I've been waiting for you to call." They had been married the second time for 15 years. His brother and co-workers said that he had even been universally liked in their company. His life at the Elegante rarely intersected with anyone else's. He went to his room early in the evening and usually stayed there by himself until morning. Greg had never been seen down at the bar. He did not socialize or drink a lot or pick up women. So this was not a drunk. This was not a philanderer or a man who got into fights. This was a decent, honorable, smart, and successful man whom people liked. The sort of man nobody would murder, yet somebody had. Through the fall and into the winter of 2010, Apple pursued a number of possibilities. Maintenance records showed that at some point early in the evening of his death, while cooking pre-packaged popcorn in the microwave, Greg had inadvertently blown an electrical circuit. The outage had affected the adjacent room, 349, and the rooms directly underneath. Greg had called the front desk to report the outage and confessed his role sheepishly to the man who had come to reset the breaker. This led to two theories. The first involved sex. The Elegante maintenance man happened to have a rap sheet as a sex offender. Might the puncture wound to the scrotum and internal injuries have been caused by a long screwdriver? Some sort of bizarre and kinky assault? Apple spent a lot of time talking to the maintenance man and looking into his background, but this theory never advanced beyond wild suspicion. The second theory involved a group of union electricians staying at the Elegante, a number of whom had been in the room next door, room 349, on the night Greg died. They were in town for an extended stay, doing a job for an oil company. At night, they tended to assemble in one another's room to drink. What if some of them had been partying next door when their electricity went out? Might one or more of them knocked on Greg's door and, perhaps drunk and annoyed, exchanged words with and then assaulted him in the hallway? Could Greg, badly beaten, have returned to his room and then collapsed? Some of the electricians had been questioned on the day the body was found, but none of them said that they had any interaction with the man in 348. 9 days after Greg's death, Apple and a colleague returned to the third floor of the Cabana wing to question some of the same men again. Apple was wearing a hidden video camera. The men they encountered were friendly and appropriately curious. "What happened to that guy anyway?" asked Lance Mueller, a sharp-featured man with dark, thinning hair dressed in a t-shirt and blue jeans. Mueller was the man registered in room 349, along with a roommate, Tim Steinmetz. "Hell, I don't know," Apple said, honestly. "That's what I'm trying to find out. It was almost like something fell on him or something. We're just trying to see if somebody heard something, or maybe if somebody knows somebody heard something, or maybe if somebody messed with him." Mueller and Steinmetz had nothing to offer. The two electricians said they thought they had heard the man in the next room coughing when they returned from the bar. Mueller seemed as confused as Apple was about the idea that something had crushed the man. "There's nothing in these rooms heavy enough," he said. Down the hall, they found 3 more of the electricians, Trent Passano, Thomas Elkins, and Scott Hamilton. The men were friendly and tried to be helpful. One said that, when he had seen the body on the gurney in the elevator, he had first assumed they were caterers delivering a cake or a big food tray. "That's a better thought," said Apple. Passano said he had been in the room with Mueller and Steinmetz that night. He hadn't seen anything. The electricians handed over their driver's license and gave Apple their cell phone numbers. They would be in town for a few more months if anything came up. They were happy to help. Weeks went by. Months went by. Apple worked any theory he could imagine. He considered the possibility that Susan had had her husband killed. He considered Michael Flanagan, Greg's brother and partner. There was nothing that even hinted at either person. Who doesn't love a mystery solved? It creates order from disorder, salves our ache for moral balance. An unsolved mystery is like a stone in your shoe. That is where the case of the body in room 348 was by the end of 2010. Scott Apple was stymied. Hoping to unearth something new, in November, the family had put up a $50,000 reward. It produced nothing. Michael hired a private detective from Houston, a formal FBI agent. Apple met with the man and received the case and reviewed the case. That was the last he saw of him. The matter of Greg Flanagan was bound for the code files. It would be just another sad box of notes and evidence stored in the Jefferson County Courthouse. Ken Brennan took Susie's call on the golf course. She was surprised that he picked up the phone himself. "Ken Brennan speaking." "Oh my God, you don't have a secretary?" Susie asked. She was flustered. The detective had answered on the first ring. She could barely get the story out. Greg's death, the coroner's finding, the dead end. He asked her to send him some files. He'd take a look. She said she had been feeling under the weather, but she would try to pull together what she had pronto and send it off to him. "Well," said Brendan, "you need to freaking take care of yourself." Like everything Brennan says, this came in a thick New York accent and a voice that sounded like it's strained through a cubic yard of gravel. It was a no bullshit, you better listen to me command that was all the more startling because he had said something tender. It endeared him to Susie immediately. Brennan was a former Long Island cop and DEA special agent who now makes a good living as a private detective in Florida. That's why he was on the golf course in February. He is pushing 60, still solid and always tan and stylish in the South Florida manner. Blue-eyed, thick-necked, and ruggedly handsome. He is partial to lightweight, short-sleeve shirts that show off his torso and big arms. He wears flashes of gold at the neck and wrist, and Irish rings on several fingers. Brennan's hair is mostly white now, and is combed straight back, on the sides and straight up in the front, in a low-key pompadour, cocky but dignified. Months earlier, not long after Greg was killed, a young lawyer friend, Kia Sherman, had told Susie and Michael about Brennan. Sharing Susie's frustration with the investigation, she had hit upon the strategy of filing a lawsuit against the hotel as a means of pursuing the probe privately. She had read an article in a magazine, The Case of the Vanishing Blonde, December 2010, detailing Brennan's remarkable success in resolving a 2005 cold case in Miami. Now, when the investigation seemed hopeless, Sherman brought up Brennan again. "If you want to do something," she urged Susie, "you have got to call this guy, the one I told you about. Just find him." Brennan can be readily found on the internet and is asked to take more cases than he can handle. People come to him with unsolved murders and disappearances. He takes these people seriously and handles them gently. When he reads a file, he is looking for a case that intrigues him, but also one where he thinks he might be able to accomplish something. "I ain't in the business of giving people false hopes," he says. The Flanagan case appealed to him because of the mystery, but also because there were so many avenues to explore. Greg's family and coworkers, hotel guests, the maintenance man. To Detective Apple, none of these leads seemed fresh anymore. To Brennan, they were all new and potentially promising. He knew that a fresh pair of eyes was perhaps the most valuable thing he brought to an investigation. Brennan visited Lafayette in April. He worked Susie over first, asking her a lot of hard questions about their relationship, about Greg's faithfulness, about insurance arrangements, satisfying himself that the wife had no clear motive to have killed him. "Let me ask you one more thing," said Brennan. "Was there anything about the crime scene that didn't seem right to you, that seemed off?" Susie told him that she was surprised that the room was so warm when Greg's coworkers entered it the following morning. Her husband liked to crank up the AC at night. Then Brennan went home and made arrangements for a second trip to Beaumont. Apple came out to a sports bar late to meet him. The two men ate and talked. Brennan told Apple what he always tells the cops he meets in his work. "Listen, I'm not a maverick. I don't go doing things half-cocked. If I decide we're doing this, we're going to do it as a team. There's nothing I'm going to do that you're not going to know about it. And there should be nothing that you're going to do that I don't know about. The one thing I won't do is freak up your case. I've been doing this a long time. And I also know that you're the guy in charge here, so it's your case." Part of what was going on was Brennan checking out Apple. "I don't want to work with someone I don't like," he told him. He prides himself on being able to read people very quickly. He liked the Beaumont detective. It was mutual. As Apple would put it later, Ken has good people skills. The following morning, Apple picked up Brennan and they visited the hotel room, where Apple showed him the crime scene photos and the autopsy results, and reviewed what he had done over the previous 7 months. Brennan heard him out and then announced, "I think I know how this guy died. I think I know when he died." I think I know who killed him, and I think I know how we're going to catch him." "Come on," said Apple. "Hear me out. I'll tell you what I think. But first, I got to call the guy's wife." He called Susie's cell phone. "Your husband, was he left or right-handed?" he asked. "He was right-handed." "And when he smoked, did he smoke with the cigarette in his left hand or his right hand?" "He always smoked with his right hand." "You sure?" "I'm positive." Brennan hung up and explained his conclusions to Apple. Susan had already told him how cold Greg kept his room. This helped fix the time of death. As Brennan saw it, the air conditioner had shut down with everything else when the circuit breaker blew. That time was known. Hotel records showed that their repairman had left Greg alive and well around 8:30 p.m. The movie resumed, and apparently Greg forgot to flip the AC back on. It would have taken a few minutes for the room to grow warm enough for him to notice, and by the time it had, he was dead. That's why he had been found in a warm room. As Brennan put it, in September, its hottest freak in Beaumont, Texas. The cigarette scotched the notion that Greg had been beaten severely somewhere else, perhaps even just out in the hall, and then returned to 348. A hallway scenario might explain why nothing had been disturbed in the room, but the cigarette ruled that out. There was no way Greg's attackers returning him would have added the fine touch of cupping one hand under his body and delicately placing a burning cigarette between his fingers. It was also unlikely, given the ruptured atrium, that Greg would have had time to return to the room after such a beating and calmly light up before keeling over. More likely, Greg had lit the cigarette himself before whatever happened to him happened. If Greg was right-handed, why was the cigarette found in his left hand? As Brennan pieced it together, examining the state of the room, Greg had gotten up from the bed and headed toward the door, shifting the cigarette to his left hand in order to grab the door handle with his right. It was hard to see this making sense, but Brennan had learned to be patient. It was a mistake to let what you do not know race out ahead of what you do. A crime was a puzzle. If there was even one small piece that did not fit, the puzzle was incomplete, so he was willing to follow the evidence in unlikely directions, even when the conclusions it suggested were absurd. Greg could not have been beaten to death in his room, the evidence suggested, and yet he had died there, and he had died quickly after sustaining his wounds. Somehow, that's what had happened. He didn't know yet how it had happened, but he was convinced that Greg had been quietly minding his own business just minutes, even seconds, before he was killed. This is what led to the electricians, who were close. Their room had been partly blacked out by the blown circuit at the same time Greg's had been. So, of all the scenarios Apple had considered, this was the one that made the most sense. The union guys may well have been drunk and may have confronted Greg in the doorway of his room, exchanged words, and kicked him to death right there. He asked Apple if he had interviewed them. "Yeah, they were nice," said Apple. "See anything hinky?" No. "I'm sure if they were drinking, they had to talk about it to each other," said Brennan. "So nobody knows about them. Probably one or two of their close friends or their coworkers are going to know about this." They next paid a visit to Dr. Brown. Ken wanted to know if the injuries Brown had seen might have been caused by a severe beating. "They might have," the doctor said. "The laceration of the scrotum could have been caused by a hard kick, especially if the assailant had been wearing steel-toed boots. The electricians next door wore construction boots." Brennan asked Apple to start interviewing men who had worked with the union electricians the previous summer. He returned home to continue inspecting the hotel's surveillance video. It was time-consuming work and not particularly helpful. He calls it looking to see the to and fro. The camera showed Greg coming in from work that evening. They showed several of the electricians making trips to their vehicles in the parking lot, but there was nothing obviously suspicious. When Brennan returned to Beaumont in late May, he and Apple went to see some of the co-workers who had not yet been interviewed. By this time, the union electricians had been gone for 7 months. Apple's efforts with the co-workers had uncovered nothing, but Brennan was convinced it was worthwhile. Human nature being what it was, if any of the electricians knew something about Greg's death, word would have spread. So they made the rounds. Yes, most of the men had heard about the man who died in the Elegante Hotel. What a shame. Did anyone know yet what had happened to him? All of what these men knew was second or third hand or worse, and predictably confused. As Brennan would remember it later, one of the crew foremen, a man named Aaron Borak, had heard something about a gun going off in a boarding house. No, Apple corrected him, that's not the same case. This was the one where a man got in a fight at the Elegante Hotel. Bork had heard nothing about that. As they drove away from the Bork's house, Brennan said, "We need to go back to the hotel." "What are we going back there for?" Apple asked, noting that he and Ken had checked out the room thoroughly. "We're going to look for a bullet." In room 348, they began inspecting the floor, the furniture, the walls, everything. They were both working on their hands and knees, shining flashlights under furniture. They found nothing. Brennan was frustrated because he was now convinced that somehow a gun had been involved. They were about to give up when he noticed an indentation in the wall alongside the closed door that led into the adjoining room. The indentation was a repair job. It appeared to be right where the handle of the door would hit the wall. Typical hotel room wear and tear. But when he swung the door open, the knob and the dent didn't quite match. The doorknob touched the wall slightly to the right. "Let's take a look at the other side," Brennan suggested. When they got the hotel security guy to let them into room 349, there was no mistaking what they found on the wall there. Brennan stood alongside a small, neat hole in the wall that had been patched with a daub of faintly pink filler that turned out to be dried toothpaste. He measured its height against his hip, then walked back to 348 and measured the indentation. They lined up. A bullet had gone through the wall. The small, neat hole in 349 marked its entry. The larger hole in 348 its exit. Beaumont's crime scene investigators carefully excavated both holes and shined a laser through it. The trajectory pointed straight up to the bed where Greg had been sitting, smoking, eating candy, and watching his movie. Brennan said, "This mother effer was shot." Dr. Brown was not convinced. He had examined the man's body from head to toe, cut him open, inspected his inner organs one by one, and reversed the expectations of the police. With precision and with the insight of years, he had determined that Greg Flanagan died not from natural causes, but from a severe beating. Now they wanted to tell him that his careful and professional observations were wrong, that he had missed, of all things, a bullet wound. Brennan volunteered to do the talking after he and Apple had found the bullet wound and traced the trajectory. The answer to the mystery of Greg's death was, he believed, clear, but in order to act, in order to bring Greg's killer or killers to justice, they would have to get the coroner to rewrite his findings. You could not argue in court that a defendant had shot someone if the medical examiner's office had concluded that the victim had not been shot. Brown's office was a mess. Papers, files, books, everywhere. Every available surface was buried, even the floor. They cleared away space on 2 chairs to sit down, and when they mentioned they were working the Flanagan case, the doctor asked, "Oh, Did you catch the guy that beat him up? No, we're not there yet, said Brennan. And he then started to explain what they had discovered, trying to approach the subject delicately. Brown quickly got the picture. You're trying to tell me that this man was shot? He said. I'm telling you, he wasn't shot. He could see where this was heading, and he flatly refused to order the body exhumed. Exhumation is a pain in the butt. It is extensive, disturbing to the family, and a hell of a lot of work. And in this case, as it happens, it was impossible, since the body had been cremated. The ovens were hot enough to destroy metal fragments. Listen, Doc, Brennan proposed. Let's just take out the photos from the autopsy and go through them and see what we can find. Brown humored them as they looked through the photographs, passing them back and forth across the desk. Brennan pointed out things. What about this here? He said, indicating a spot of damage. Yeah, that's the liver. And what about this here? Yes, that's the intestines. Brown knew what he was looking at. The bullet had entered Greg's scrotum and torn up through him. The skin of the scrotum was soft and pliable, and it had folded over the entry wound, making it less obvious what it was. The internal injuries traced the bullet's fatal trajectory. Brennan asked, Doc, could all of this damage have been done besides blunt form trauma? Could a bullet cause the same? Yes, it could, and that's not what happened here. This man was beaten. Okay, Doc, but could it have? Brennan found something in a photo that supported his argument. It looked like a track. You could get the same thing from being beaten, Brown explained. Then they got to the heart. Brown passed the photo to the detectives. Doc, Brennan said. What? That's a bullet hole, Doc. Brown took the photo. What? Brennan pointed. That's a freaking bullet hole. Brown explained that sometimes when a man is kicked or hit with a blunt object in the chest, it is the right atrium that normally bursts. Doc, that's a freaking bullet hole. Brown looked again. Yeah, that's a bullet hole. After a long moment, he added, the media is going to kill me on this. Tim Steinmetz must have been feeling pretty okay about this meeting with the Texas cops. Getting called had been a shocker. It was more than 7 months since he and Lance Mueller had come home from the job in Beaumont. Now 2 cops from down there had come all the way to Wisconsin to see him and to question him about the guy who had died next door. It had been worrisome. He and Mueller had conferred about it beforehand by phone and made sure their stories were straight. Steinmetz met the detectives in an interview room at the Chippewa County Sheriff's Department. And really, they could not have been nicer. Tim sat in a swivel chair on one side of a big wooden table, and they sat opposite him with their notebooks open and files handy. Very official. They thanked him for coming in. They assured him that this was routine, and they had walked him through the evening, asking a lot of questions, with Steinmetz answering diligently, trying to remember every detail, leaving out the part about the gun, of course. But the detectives had not pushed him at all. So, you heard that the guy next door to you died? Asked the older one, the big man with the white hair combed straight up in front. Ken Brennan. We did hear that, said Steinmetz, but we really didn't know for sure what the hell was going on. We had no idea. We didn't hear no commotion next door, no banging, no nothing. That's why this is kind of weird. Brennan and Apple took notes. Then Apple carefully wrote out Steinmetz's statement. And that's it, huh? The electrician asked. That's it, said Apple. You guys flew all the way here for that? Brennan asked Steinmetz to go through the statement, read it out loud, and make any corrections he wanted. Steinmetz noticed that Apple had put down that he was an apprentice, so he changed that to journeyman. A few other little things. He initialed all the places where he made a change. Then they brought in a local cop to notarize the statement right there in front of him. So Steinmetz was feeling pretty good when he stood up to go. "Is that it?" he asked. "Hang on a second," said Brennan. His tone was different now, harsh. "It was until you signed that statement. Now you've got a problem." "Okay," said Steinmetz, startled. He sat down. "Now, tell us what really happened," said Brennan. "Because we know what happened. Because now you're going to jail with him. Do you want to go to jail with Lance?" "Why am I going to jail with Lance?" "You made a false police report. That's why," said Brennan. "Tim, we know what happened," said Apple, speaking more gently. "We know everything that happened down there, and I realize you were going to be noble and protect a friend, but you were about to get your whole family in a bind, and it's not worth it. It's not worth it. So, just tell us what happened," said Brennan. Out came the whole story, collaborated later that same day, June 1st, 2011, in an interview with Trent Pisano, who had been in 349 with them. Between the two accounts, the following scenario emerged. They had been drinking beer. Mueller asked Pisano to fetch a bottle of whiskey from his car and to also bring up his pistol, a 9mm Ruger. When Pisano returned, Mueller took out the handgun and, to the other's alarm, started playing with it. He pointed it at Steinmetz, who dropped to the floor and cursed at him, and he was pointing it in Pisano's direction at the foot of the bed when it went off. Pisano thought for a second that he had been hit, but then turned to see a hole in the wall behind him. Mueller freaked out, they both said. Mueller bundled up the gun and took it back out to his car. When he returned, Pisano had left for his own room, disgusted. Mueller and Steinmetz went downstairs to the bar. Steinmetz said that they had not known for sure there was anyone staying in the room next door until, as he remembered, they heard someone in the room coughing very late, after midnight, when they came back from the bar. He held nothing back. Steinmetz's second statement, the truthful one, laid out the whole thing. It was good to get it off his chest. When he and Mueller had seen the police at room 348 the next morning, and had seen the gurney, they were disturbed, he told Brennan. "I thought he had killed that guy." The only detail that didn't fit was this business of hearing a cough behind the door of room 348 when the two returned from the bar. For several reasons, neither Brennan nor Apple was inclined to place much weight on it. If it was true, then Greg had survived the gunshot for far longer than the coroner believed possible, but it did not author the cause of death. If anything, it made the electrician's failure to check on him or call for help all the more egregious. More likely is that they had heard Greg coughing in the room the previous evening. They had been in the room next to him that night too. They were drunk. Fixing the cough late on the night Greg died was the only shred of their story that contradicted the detective's reconstruction, and they clung to it, even though it hardly mattered. "Did anybody knock on the door next door to check on the guy?" Brennan asked. "No," said Steinmetz. "I always ask myself, if I was in a situation like this, what would I do? And I admit..." He never finished the thought. The detectives had something else they wanted him to do. "Hey Lance, what's up?" asked Steinmetz. He dialed Mueller on his cell phone. Apple and Brennan were recording the conversation. "Not much," said Mueller. "Just sitting around." "Well, I just got back from down there." "How did it go?" "Well, I told him the whole story. What had happened. That we were sticking to there, "What's that?" "The story that we were sticking to. Then when we got home late that night, when the guy coughed and whatever." "Right. And, Steinmetz began to hem and haw. And I was going to leave there then because your lawyer said it would be okay, right? You know? Right. And when I left there, they said, okay, tell us the truth. So I told them the truth, what really happened. There was a long silence on the other end. About the gun going off and all that? Mueller asked. Yep. What did they say? Well, that I would be in trouble, if I didn't tell them. Another silence. So, what did they say? Not much. I don't know if they are going to get a hold of you or Trent or what the hell they're going to do. Mueller sighed heavily, then he groaned. What did they mean by that? Tell us the truth. Did they say anything about the gun prior to that or what? No, they just said they know exactly what happened, told me to stop freaking lying. They were pretty pissed, and then I told them exactly how everything went down and what really and truly happened. Steinmetz suggested that Mueller call Apple right away. They probably are going to come and get your ass, now that they know the truth and everything. You should probably try to make some kind of effort, The guy, he died from the gunshot. Are you kidding me, Tim? No, I'm not. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? I'm serious as a heart attack, Lance. Mueller refused to believe it. For the next few minutes of the call, he went around and around with Steinmetz. His lawyer had obtained the autopsy report and assured him that the man had not died of a gunshot wound. The story had been all over the news. It doesn't make sense, he said. If there was a gunshot, if he was killed from, a firearm, they would have said something on the damn news. Mueller had worked hard to convince himself that the accidental gunshot and the death of the man in 348 were unrelated, and the autopsy report had confirmed it. It doesn't make sense. First, the coroner ruled that it was a heart attack. Then they started saying that something fell on him. There's no way. There's absolutely no way that guy was killed by a bullet. He asked Steinmetz how he was doing. How am I doing? Steinmetz said. Not good. I need to drink some more beers. Mueller apparently applied the same remedy because he later phoned Brennan, clearly intoxicated, and started trying to explain himself. He said he wanted to make a statement. You're drunk, Brennan told him. I suggest you call your freaking attorney. Brennan was worried when the judge started reading the sentence. He had flown to Beaumont on October 29, 2012 to join Susie Flanagan and Scott Apple and a group of Greg's family and friends for the sentencing of Lance Mueller. The electrician had entered a no-contest plea to manslaughter. As Brennan remembered it, the judge began by saying that this whole tragedy might be seen just as a terrible accident. Oh crap, thought Brennan. Here it goes. Don't tell me this guy's going to get a year or something. But then the judge started cataloging the long list of willfully irresponsible choices that had led to this day. More like it, thought Brennan. The judge gave Mueller 10 years, half of what the law allowed. The apology Mueller offered in court, no matter how sincere, came way too late. There was his criminally irresponsible decision to drunkenly play with his gun. As Steinmetz had said, they had suspected from the start that the bullet had at least helped kill the man in room 348. Even a heart attack, which had been the first assumption as the police rolled his body out on a gurney, might have been triggered by the gunshot. Then, after the coroner had ruled that Greg had died of blunt force trauma, Mueller was happy to accept that something might have crushed him to death, even if it was hard to imagine what. Still, he had even been worried enough about the gunshot. He had himself patched the hole with toothpaste. He had hidden the gun immediately in his car, then stashed it with a friend for the first few days after the incident, and had then handed it over to an attorney for safekeeping before he left Texas. What a huge mistake. If he had come forward at any time prior to Brennan and Apple solving the mystery, which had taken about 8 months, it is unlikely he would have been charged with manslaughter, much less have gone to jail. Mueller had gambled from the start that whatever connection he had to Greg's death would never be discovered. The odds in his favor were good, too. As it was, even after the connection was made, the county district attorney's office had been reluctant to prosecute the case as a felony. Brennan had turned that idea around when he found out that the prosecutor might opt for a plea deal. He flew to Beaumont and joined a meeting between Apple and Paul Noyla, an investigator for the DA's office. Noyla explained that accidental gun discharges in Texas were not uncommon, and that juries and judges tended to understand them, and that, well, the whole issue of accidental death was a fairly gray area of the Texas criminal code. In other words, the whole thing was looking like more of a hassle than a slam dunk. The private detective was indignant. He arranged to bring Susie Flanagan to Beaumont for a meeting with the assistant DA in charge of the case. Among other complications, the ADA told them Mueller's gun was still locked in the lawyer's safe, and the lawyer was making noises about fighting efforts to have it turned over. "I suggest you go down there with a search warrant and a freaking blowtorch and go get the freaking weapon," Brennan said. "It's evidence of a capital crime. What the heck are you talking about?" Brennan was pretty worked up. Here's what he remembers saying. "The victim was important to everybody here," he said, gesturing around the table. "And we're not going to let this thing be brushed under the rug. Let somebody take a plea on this. This is not a freaking accident. An accident is when someone comes in, has taken off their gun discharges, and God forbid, somebody is hit. That's one thing. It's completely different when somebody freaking brings a gun that they shouldn't have into another freaking state, shit-faced, drunk, playing around with a gun. The people with him realize that something bad could happen. He discharges around, almost kills the guys he's with, and then he does kill somebody on the other side of the wall. He knows that's something that could happen. It's an occupied hotel. He didn't even bother to knock on the door next door to see if anybody's hurt. And after that, his answer to the whole thing is to go get drunk some more in the freaking bar of the hotel, and then when he sees a body being taken out the next day, and he is 100% certain he killed someone, he decides not to say anything about it, but run to his attorney and leave the freaking weapon in a safe, and the freaking attorney doesn't say anything about it either? You know what that is? That's freaking murder. So if you think we're going to forget about this freaking thing, think again, because that ain't freaking happening." Brennan's anger can fill a room. After Mueller was sentenced, Brennan and Apple went out for a celebratory lunch. Brennan ordered a cocktail. Apple, who was on duty, didn't. They made plans to play a round of golf together. In the courtroom that day, Susie Flanagan had a chance to speak to Mueller directly. "I have waited over 2 years to look you in the face, eye to eye, and simply have the chance to speak directly to you," she said. "You would never have come forward with the truth. You murdered him. No, you didn't intentionally seek him out to murder him, but you murdered him with every lie you told, with every intentional selfish deception, with every cover-up over and over again. You saw his body taken out of the room in a body bag the next day. You knew you killed him. He meant nothing to you." Later, Susie said that she watched Mueller's face as the sentence was pronounced, and that he had looked terribly shocked. That was good, she thought. He's shocked, but not as shocked as my husband was. That night in room 348, relaxing, smoking, watching Iron Man 2, Greg Flanagan could not have known what hit him in the moments before he died. Mueller knew exactly what was hitting him. "You have met your match," said the small woman, staring across the courtroom at him, a steady and controlled ferocity. "I would have spent the rest of my life tracking you down, and I found you. Greg's murder. I brought you to justice." On August 4th, 2022, a pair of serial killers, Amos Robinson, 58, and Auburn Scott, 57, were indicted for the 1983 rapes and murders of 19-year-old Barbara Grams and 41-year-old Linda Lanson from Tampa, Florida. Tampa's Conviction Review Unit discovered DNA evidence from Graham's rape kit that led to the 2020 exoneration of Robert Du Bois, who had been wrongfully convicted of murdering Grams. Du Bois served 37 years behind bars for the crime he did not commit. Lanson's murder had long been considered a cold case. Hillsborough County State Attorney Andrew Warren announced that conclusive DNA evidence linked Robert and Scott, two men who were already serving time for the October 1983 murder of Carlos Orellana, with the murders of Grams and Lanson. On July 10, 1983, Lanson, a freelance photographer, left her apartment and never returned. Her body was discovered the next morning in a ditch in the town and country area of Hillsborough County. She had been raped and shot multiple times. About 5 weeks later, Grams was raped and beaten to death while walking home from work. Her body was found bludgeoned in the parking lot of a dental office 10 blocks from her house. We now know that these two men carried out a sinister spree of rape and murder in Tampa Bay in the summer and fall of 1983, Warren stated, later adding, "They are still alive, and they will finally face a reckoning for what they did." The Innocence Project of Florida reports that Robert Du Bois was the 30th person to be exonerated after being sentenced to death in Florida. He's currently seeking compensation from the state. On October 18, 2022, a man from Oregon named William Alma Miller pled guilty to the 2004 murder of Rebecca Gold. He waived his right to a jury trial, and Judge Tim Weaver sentenced him to 40 years in the Arkansas Department of Corrections. On September 20, 2004, Rebecca Gold, a 22-year-old college student, answered the door to her boyfriend's home where she was staying, and Miller was standing outside it. He asked to use her telephone, and the kind-hearted young woman agreed. Miller confessed while he pretended to use the phone. Gold went into her room. He used that time to grab a piano leg from her living room and then beat her to death with it. He then placed her body in the bed of his truck and then dumped it on the side of a highway outside of Melbourne, Arkansas. This case went cold for over a decade and a half. However, Miller was eventually established as a suspect. Police then tracked Miller down in Oregon and extradited him to Arkansas to face murder charges. Judge Weaver called Miller remorseless and cold in court, and he expressed his wishes for Miller to serve every day of his sentence. He went so far as to say that he would write an extensive letter opposing any eligibility for parole if the matter came up. Dr. Larry Gold, Rebecca's father, gave his witness testimony in court and spoke directly to Miller. He spoke of what was lost with the murder, stating, "You took her from her own future. You took away a chance for a girl to dream. A hell you created. A hell you must face." He also remembered his daughter with his testimony and said, "Rebecca lives in all of us. Love and grace are words I will remember her by." After Miller received his 40-year sentence, he apologized to the Gold family. He said that he would change what happened if he could go back in time. He also said he was sorry and admitted that he needed to go to prison. Judge Weaver told the Gold family that he hopes they find closure. We now move on to 3 stories about cold cases that were finally solved. The stories are as follows. Saliva from bite marks left on a murdered California woman's body helped detectives identify and arrest a suspect accused of fatally stabbing her nearly 3 decades ago. On April 24, 1994, Ruth Friedman said she and her husband drove from San Fernando Valley to Desert Hot Springs after their daughter Sherry Huss sounded desperate in a troubling message she left them. She told us that someone had been taking photos of her and hanging up when she answered the phone, the mother said to the Desert Sun in 1988. It sounded terrifying. Friedman said that she had an ominous feeling when she and her husband arrived at Huss's residence and noticed the porch lights were on. The family dog was outside, and the Plymouth that should have been parked in the driveway was instead on the street. The Friedmans found their daughter dead in the living room of the unlocked two-bedroom apartment. She had been stabbed multiple times and bitten by her killer. According to the Riverside County District Attorney's Office, homicide investigators said evidence collected at the scene, including her attacker's blood, indicated the 39-year-old attempted to fight back before she died. DNA testing on the killer's blood as well as on saliva from bite marks left on the victim determined the two came from one male, prosecutors said. Despite detectives' regular efforts to run the DNA profile through the Combined DNA Index System, also known as CODIS, there was never a match and the case went cold. In February 2022, however, the Riverside County Regional Cold Case Team used genetic genealogy to identify Sharon Eugene Gadlin, 48, as a person of interest in the case, and subsequently learned that at the time of Huss's murder, he was living in Thousand Palms, a town around 12 miles away from the crime scene. Investigators got a warrant to collect a sample of Gadlin's saliva, and tests confirmed his DNA profile matched that of the forensic evidence collected from the crime scene, prosecutors said. Gadlin, who was arrested on March 4, 2022 during a traffic stop in Gardenia, has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder and was being held at the Robert Presley Detention Center in lieu of $1 million in bail. I hope Sherry and her family will finally get the justice they deserve and have waited for so long, District Attorney Mike Herstrom said in a statement. Our cold case team of investigators will continue to use cutting-edge technology to solve old murder cases across Riverside County, Herstrom noted. Our prosecutors will continue to vigorously prosecute these murderers until we get justice for their victims. Police have identified the killer of Lina Reyes Geddes, a 37-year-old woman who was found dead nearly 25 years ago. On April 20th, 1998, her body was found wrapped in a sleeping bag inside a carpet along a highway near Maiden Water Spring in Utah's Garfield County. In June 2022, DNA determined that her husband, Edward Geddes, was responsible for her murder. He died by suicide in 2001, around 3 years after he killed her. Investigators were able to extract DNA from the rope that bound Lina by utilizing a specialized vacuum. Because those advances in DNA testing allowed investigators to compare and match the killer's identity with the DNA of 2 living family members, the Utah Department of Public Safety now considers the cold case murder solved. Edward Geddes murdered his wife by shooting her in the head. He then wrapped her in plastic bags and duct tape, bound her body with a rope tied in intricate knots, and then put her in a sleeping bag, which he rolled into a carpet. Geddes also cut off the ends of her thumbs and fingers at the right angle to seemingly remove fingerprints and make it harder to identify her. It's also believed that he dumped his wife's body in Utah, a state whether neither of them had any connections, to make it harder to identify her. These attempts were initially successful, as she was only known as the Maiden Water victim for 20 years until she was finally identified in 2018. Lina Reyes Geddes met Edward only 2 years before he murdered her. After the two met in New Mexico in 1996, they married and moved to Ohio 6 months later. She was planning to return to Mexico to visit her family when Edward killed her. During a news conference, Brian Davis with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation spoke about providing some comfort to Lina's family in solving the case. He said that Lina's sister was just 11 years old when she was murdered, so the child grew up not knowing what happened to her. He said, "To have this answered finally after 24 years is incredible." He also added that getting to solve the case was worth the difficulties that come with working in law enforcement. On the night of December 26, 1980, 25-year-old Sandra DeFelice was raped, beaten, stabbed, and strangled in the Las Vegas apartment she shared with a roommate. The newspaper called it one of the most savage murders in Las Vegas' history. DeFelice, a native of Boise, Idaho, was working as a waitress at Sambo's restaurant in Las Vegas at the time of her death. She had moved to the city with her childhood friend, who was also her roommate. Her boyfriend discovered her dead body in bed, and her roommate had last seen her 2 hours before she was found. The victim had a 3-year-old daughter who also lived in the home, but she was staying with her grandparents on the night of the murder. The case soon went cold, but it was DeFelice's daughter who inspired the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department to take another look at the case when she contacted them in 2021 to ask about any updates. Police went through the evidence and DNA collected from under DeFelice's fingernails, tested it using new technology. The results led to the arrest of a suspect, Paul Nuttall. On October 31, 2022, the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department held a press conference and announced they'd arrested Nuttall on October 27th on suspicion of the brutal rape and murder. He had remained in the Las Vegas area after the killing and still lived there. The Las Vegas Review-Journal revealed that Nuttall had at least 3 previous arrests on charges of felony and misdemeanor drug possession in Las Vegas, but he had no prior charges of violence in Clark County. Nuttall was arrested on charges of open murder with the use of a deadly weapon, sexual assault with the use of a deadly weapon, and burglary while in possession of a deadly weapon. After Paul Nuttall was taken into custody, my cold case investigators had the pleasure of making the one phone call that every cold case detective wants to make, Las Vegas Police Lieutenant Jason Johnson said, referring to the fact that they were then able to call the victim's daughter to let her know about the arrest. I'm hopeful that in some way, shape, or form, this provides some sort of closure for the family and ultimately results in some type of closure and justice for Sandra, Johnson added. This concludes tonight's stories. While you slumber, remember, you will wake up to a brand new day. You will be stronger and a better person, just like a newborn phoenix. Stay bright, for that is the reason we all must go back to ashes. Sleep well, and I look forward to reading to you again.